coordinator system. Okay, coming to micro session. Okay, near the registration area only. Okay.
Manager, nice meeting you. Can you start on time because we have a schedule?
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, you're welcome.
Then okay. Good morning, all. Good morning, dignitaries and esteemed delegates and my dear colleagues. I am Swapna Baiju from Sharjah Indian School. Before moving my slide, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to SIA for providing such wonderful, prestigious platform to present my topic. My topic, the role of family and community, introducing techno-stress and academic procrastination among higher secondary students in the UAE. We know that year 2026 has an importance in UAE, that UAE celebrate 2026 as Year of the Family. That as a part of the scenario, the National Family Growth Agenda 2031. Then we know that we are in digital era. Digitalization has made tremendous changes in all part of our life. Then we can see the changes in the education field, learning as well as teaching. Then nowadays online platforms, assignments, seminar, our students always in the online. So that is a problem. We know that there are many benefits in the side of digitalization, but we can see some new challenges in the field of digitalization. I just took some of them. Then digital access, even though increase in access, digital access is there, but digital stress also we can see, especially in the group of adolescents. Then adolescence, we know that adolescence is a period of stress and strain. Then here our students, they are digitally connected, but emotionally they were very stressed. Okay. Then my topic also connected with that. I conducted a study on this stress. Then we can see the double-edged nature of digital education. Here you can see the benefits of digitalization in education. We know that the flexibility and the digital skill AI. Then coming to the collaboration and connectivity, then personalized education, that's very possible here. Then learning without boundaries. Okay, global education. Then but at the same time we can see this type of the drawbacks also, that the first one is procrastination, that's coming in my study. Then that is the second one is blurred boundaries between the learning and the rest. That is one of the important issue now our children they are facing. Then information overload. Then we know that while we are going to search anything, informations are coming. We will, in the case of our adults are also very tense, very confused. Then what about our children? Then always online, because always they are pressured. Then rising techno stress. My two variables are here. Then in my study there are 4 key variables. I took 4 key variables. First one is techno stress. Then I took here only academic note. We know that techno stress, everywhere we can see the techno stress, but here that is connected with school and education to academic only. Then next is procrastination, that is a behavioral challenge. Here I mentioned that is related to techno stress. Then family support and community support. Okay, these are my 4 variables I took in this study. Then techno stress, here some concept about the techno stress, information overload I already mentioned there. Then invention, there is no clear boundary between the school and personal time. Then complexity, that is difficult to understand digital platform which all are good, then which all are very applicable for them. the pressure, they are always in fear of failing. Now we can see these all are coming from, actually these all are coming from my experience. I am a teacher, then the discussion with the parents, colleagues, the school counselors and other stakeholders in my school. I am from Sharjah Indian School. Then from my experience I can see that our children, they are in very stressed. Then next my term is academic procrastination. That is, we know that behavioral challenge, intentional delay of academic task, that is always linked with the techno stress because of the digitalization. Then negatively affect the academic achievement. Among our students we can see some are very academically very background because of the techno stress. Then next is family support. Family support, we know that what are the ways to give support to our children, that emotional support, the parents can give emotional support. Then digital guidance and monitoring, that is another thing, another important aspect in the digital stress, that is digital guidance and monitoring. Our parents, they should digitally literate, then they can give guidance and monitoring. Then structured home environment. The next one is community support. Then here you can see teachers, the peers, the school counseling team, these all are coming under the community. So now we are moving to our study. Why this study? The need and significance of the study. Okay, first one, the rising techno stress. We can see the higher level of techno stress because our children almost they are in long hours of before screen, sitting long hours before screen, that is one of the reasons. Then rising techno stress among adolescents in digital learning era, that is first significance. Then increasing academic procrastination linked to digital overuse. Then third is limited empirical evidence on family and community. Okay, then policy relevance for student well-being, that is one of the important things, student well-being in this digital era. Then in my study, my major objectives are, first one, to assess the extent of techno stress and academic procrastination among higher secondary students. Then second one, to examine the level of family support, the importance of the level of family support in reducing techno stress among higher secondary students. Then third one, to assess the level of community support in reducing techno stress and academic procrastination. First one, family support, and second one, community support. Then third one, influence. Is there any influence of family on the reduction of techno stress among higher secondary students? The last one, to determine whether there is a significant difference in the mean techno score between students with a strong family support. These are my objective of my study. Then methodology part, I used a mixed method research technique. There we know that the survey and semi-formal interviews, I conducted semi-formal interviews and I conducted one survey by providing Google Forms in my school and other CBSE schools. Then I took the sample as higher secondary school students only. Then 25 questions were there. First 5 were the general questions, and next sections, the 4 variables divided into 4 sections. And in the semi-formal interview, I conducted interview teachers, parents, counselors and psychologists, child development specialists and that doctors. Then I used one rating scale. These are some screenshot of my rating scale. Then here feel overwhelmed the digital academic work. These are some of the questions in my rating scale. Then Likkert's rating scale I used. This is the interview schedule. And coming to the statistical technique. The techniques, these are the 3 techniques I used for classifying the data. First one, percentage analysis. Second one, the correlation, Cole-Pearson correlation. And the third one, regression analysis. In percentage analysis, we can see 55% students, they were coming under the technostress, but I focused the remaining group, other 41. They have very low technostress. There I could see the importance of family. They had that much family support to help them to reduce their technostress. That is my focused area. Here also academic procrastination also there. High level of procrastination among the students who having the high technostress. Coming to the family support, high level of family support in the group, the remaining group 45%, and indicating the community level community support also. This is the graphical representation of that percentage analysis. Next one, the correlation interpretation. Then in correlation we know that we are finding the significant relationship. In my study, from my study I could understand that there is a completely negative correlation between the technostress and family support. Those who have high family support, I could see that their technostress is very low. That is the negative correlation between family support and then technostress. And coming to the relationship between technostress and academic procrastination, there also here I classified the samples: low screen time users, high screen time users, low screen time users. They who report high family support. That means family can do something to reduce the screen time. By giving the extra activities to reduce the screen addiction. That we can see from the sample. Those students who getting high family support, their screen time is very low, their stress level also very low. Then here also relationship between technostress and communities. Here in this case we can see 2 cases negative correlation, and here only the positive correlation. Here the first graph, the negative correlation we can see. The academic procrastination and technostress have the positive correlation. And here next one is in the case of regression analysis. Regression analysis we are using for finding the influence of family, whether there is any influence of family among the students who having the technostress. There also we can see those who having high family support, family have very high influence in the case of reduction of technostress. Then influence of technostress, and here also this influence we can see those students having high technostress, their academic procrastination also very high. They have the behavioral tendency to delay or postpone the things. That is very challenges for our teachers also nowadays. That is a very important problem there. Because of the technostress, because of spending long time on screen, that leads to the academic procrastination. Okay, they will be tired. Then this is the influence. We can see the negative influence there. Here the technostress and academic procrastination. Then coming to the result, the same result only, the high technostress. From my study I could understand that those who have high technostress, very clearly I can see they have high academic procrastination. They are very closely connected. Then high family support and high community support will help the students to reduce the techno stress. Then regression analysis findings. Family support significantly and negatively predicted the techno stress, emerging as the strongest protective factor. Family always in the role of protective factor. Then techno stress significantly and positively predicted the academic procrastination, indicating that digital stress contribute directly to the academic task avoidance. That is the influence. Community support played a complementary and moderating role, strengthening the stress reducing effect of family support. Then from the study, these are the these are the points I got. Then among the sample, then we can see moderate techno stress persist despite. Children, they are digitally adapted. They know how to handle the digital tool, how to refer the information, but they are adapted, but they have stress. Then that I could find from my data. Then they are psychological pressure we can see in the adolescents because of the stress. Then technostress as a precursor to academic procrastination. A positive relationship between technostress and academic procrastination suggests that procrastination function as a stress coping response rather than merely a time. We are thinking procrastination always we are thinking that is a time management failure, but there is a reason. There is a reason behind that, that is in this case that we can see techno stress. Then family support, the protective factor. Here in the study, family support, family always the protective factor. Family can do, the family bond can do something in our among our students. Then family community support as a reinforcing mechanism. Then while community support alone show a weaker direct effect, it plays a crucial complementary role by strengthening and sustaining the stress reducing impact of family support through the shared responsibility. Then last one, the implications of UA digital education landscape. In the context of rapid expansion in UA education, the findings emphasize the needs to integrate psychological support, psychosocial support systems alongside. We know that every day education innovations are there, digital innovations are there, new platforms are coming, but along that psychosocial support also very essential. Then coming to the conclusion point, moderate prevalence of technostress and academic procrastination. The technostress and academic procrastination are moderately prevalent among higher secondary students, indicating digital learning while essential. Digital learning is very essential. Then indicating that digital learning while essential presents ongoing psychological and behavioral challenges. Family support as the strongest protective factor. Then complementary role of community support can see from my study. Then there a need for holistic multi-stakeholder interventions. Stakeholder, we know that the school and the counselors, teachers are coming there. Then balanced digital detox, one new term is there, digital detoxation, that is coming. Balanced digital learning, that is very important in our school. purposeful technology use. Students should know what is the purpose behind the use of each and every platform. Okay, then that is the then healthy screen time regulation. Their parents have a great role to regulate the screen time of their children. Then emotional and social well-being support. Emotional support is very important. Social support, social well-being or students' well-being we can ensure. Then development of self-regulation skills. That is also if they can regulate their self themselves, that is also okay.
Wind up fast.
These are the suggestions. Okay. Then these are some reference.
Yeah.
Okay, this is.
There is an evaluation. Please, can you fill the evaluation for
Yes.
Dr. Swapna? Thank you very much for this interesting presentation.
Thank you.
And thank you for being a part of You are the one.
And I promise you it will be very interesting. So we'll be looking at some frameworks. I know most of you now are adopting AI, using AI, maybe AI ready, and you are looking into like a quick or easy frameworks that you can use in your classroom, whether in K-12 or in higher education. And this is what we'll be doing today. But before we start, let me ask you this question. If AI tools disappear tomorrow, will your students be able to think, complete an assignment? What do you think? Inshallah, this is a very good answer. And what if not, inshallah?
Well, for me, I'm teaching grade 1, so they don't know how to use AI at this point.
Are you sure?
I'd like to believe so.
Okay.
The parents are.
Yeah.
For the kids, they're not that into techie, because they're small.
Okay, interesting. And I believe from what I see in this room that all of us have been graduating before 2022, definitely, right?
Yes.
So before AI, so we have our own knowledge, right? So not like our students. So I want you to hold on this idea because we're going to refer to it later on. So research says that like most of what's happening right now is students, faculty, organizations, institutions just dive in AI, but are they AI ready? This is the question that we have. So research shows that we have 66% students are using ChatGPT, 48% they don't feel that they are prepared for AI-enabled workplace, and 52% shows that there is an over-reliance on AI that will hurt their performance. And these numbers are a bit scary, and I will tell you why. Look at this number. So we are looking at automation bias, and when we say automation bias, we are looking at people, students, educators just take the output of AI as is, and they don't critically think or evaluate about what AI has given them. This number, 7% error acceptance rate in clinical decision context. So we're talking about clinical health education. And look, when was this research published? 2024. So this 7% represent people from our age or maybe older who already have the basic knowledge, who have the baseline of the knowledge, and yet they are counting on AI, and we have this percentage of error. And this is really scary. If this is us and having this percentage of error, I want you to think about 10 years, and we are talking about health sciences, what will this percentage look like, right? Good sigh, yes, if this relates to that. Okay, so we want to look at shifting in the role between just delivering the knowledge and looking into how we can design thinking environment, how we can help students to start thinking, criticizing, and looking at the output of what they are getting from AI. So the whole idea is not to avoid AI, but how to use it in a better way. Okay, so when you say AI ready, what does this really mean to you? When we say your institution, is it AI ready or not? Are you AI ready or not? What does this mean to you? Yeah, please.
I know some schools are employing Google Classrooms or Apple, for example, teaching this kind of things, I think. And for it, you need to have the necessary infrastructure, the tablets or whatsoever to be supported.
Okay, and this is a real danger. Did you hear what this gentleman just said? Tools, right? So we are focusing on tools to say that I'm institutional ready. So I have a Google Classroom, I have X, I have Z, I have, for example, Gemini subscription. So we are just focusing on tools. But it's very important to understand that when we say AI ready, we are not talking about skills, we are not talking about tools. We are looking at the pedagogical aspect of it. Are we ready to teach our students AI? Are we ready to develop the content for AI? As an institution, are we ready to adopt the pedagogical aspect of AI or not? So it's not about the tools, because you might have all the tools, but it does not fit the purpose. So you don't design intentionally. And this is very important. So what does it really mean? So if I say an institution is AI ready, it means that there is a transparency in the ethical concerns. I share with my students, with my employees, what does it mean to have AI, to use AI? So what is the boundaries of using AI? The learning outcomes are aligned. So it's not just something, an add-on So I don't say, I have seen this, for example, when I review curriculum, they have the same curriculum, and then the students are allowed to use ChatGPT to generate XYZ. This is not integration of AI, right? It's just like a cut and paste something. It's not within the curriculum. If we want to integrate it within the curriculum, it has to be intentionally designed within the curriculum. It has to align with my learning outcome. Then also my assessment need to be redesigned, right? Because like the current assessment right now, it will not fit the purpose of integrating AI, because we know students will be using ChatGPT, quickly ask AI, get you the answer, and then it's done. And this is not what we want. We want also to make sure that the cognitive skills of the students is preserved. And what does this mean is that we are developing their critical skills. They are asking, is this output correct or not correct? So when I asked you at the beginning of the session, which year did you finish your undergraduate? The main purpose is now when you are using ChatGPT or any other AI tool, we have a sense of the output, right? When you look at it, we can tell, is it right, or is it hallucinating or not? Unfortunately, this generation, they don't have this sense because they don't have a baseline. They don't have the prior knowledge which is required. And this is the real danger. So what we need to do is sustainable, of course, implementation, but we want to train the students to question the AI, to have this baseline knowledge, to make sure that what is given to them is correct. And when they see something which is suspicious or not really accurate, to question it, right? So this is what we mean by AI ready.
We're talking about critical thinking.
Definitely critical thinking. So the first framework that I will share with you, it's called two-lane approach to assessment, and it could also be applied for any learning activity. And this is developed by two scholars in the University of Sydney. And it's looking at the first lane, if you want to focus on the assurance of learning, so through controlled assessment or controlled learning activity. So AI is used within a controlled environment. Or the second one, if you want to treat AI as a part of learning environment. So what does this mean? In some content, we want to make sure that students have the knowledge. So you don't want them to use AI in their assessment. In this case, either you add a live component to it by defending their, for example, their submission, the result that they got, or if you want it to be part of their learning, you can ask them for a step-by-step, how did they integrate the AI? And let me show you an example. So for example, if you are teaching business, you will ask the students to generate marketing strategy. What will the students do? What will they do? They go to ChatGPT, Copilot, whatever it is, and then generate a marketing strategy based on 1, 2, 3, depending on your assignment or assessment, right? And then they will submit it to you. Is this what we want? No, this is not what we want. And we want to make sure that they understand what are the components of a marketing strategy, correct? So at that stage, you can ask or you can add a live component, okay? I want you to defend why did you design it this way? And I understand most of the time we don't have the time, especially in higher education. If I have a lecture or students of a class of 60 or 50 students, I can't ask everyone to defend. But I can tell them that I will randomly ask few of you to defend. And I don't tell them who I'm gonna pick, right? So they are always on their toes. They know that it might be their turn. The other example is from education. So I can ask the students to generate a lesson plan. Again, the easiest thing, they will put the prompt and then they have a proper lesson plan. Then you can ask them, okay, why did you choose this pedagogy and not this one? Why did you choose, for example, gamified learning and not collaborative learning, or whatever it is? So we have this viva and asking them to think and question the output of AI. Is this doable? Easy, right? Okay, the second framework is called the AI Assessment Scale, AIAF, and it was developed by Perkins in 2023. And this framework, it's avoiding the idea of the binary decision, whether use it or don't use it, right? Because if you remember, like last year or the year before, the main instinct was, don't use AI in your classroom, don't use AI in your assessment, right? So it's either use it or don't use it completely. So this framework, it has like a consortium, if you will, so between using it and not using it, okay? So we have different levels that we will be discussing. And it's very important because it helps the educators to look into the different assessment tools and how they will be integrating it. It gives the transparency for the students so they know when to use it and not when to use it. So let's look at it. Do you like my visual?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how to create this one? Yeah?
Yes, not together.
No, it's amazing, right? Okay. Okay, so the AI assessment framework, it has 5 different levels, okay? It starts from level 0 to level 4. So level 0, they are not allowed to use it, and you state this very clearly. You are not allowed to use it. And when they use level 0, as we mentioned, where it's really critical information or critical knowledge that you want to ensure students are gaining this knowledge and you want to assess their understanding the application of this knowledge. So this is level 0. Level 1, they can use it for idea generation. So you're allowing the students to use AI to brainstorm, get some project ideas, for example. So they are exchanging ideas with AI. And you are telling them you are allowed to use it. If we look at level 2, as an editing assistant. So for example, if you are teaching English and you ask your students to write an essay, you can ask them, okay, I want you to use AI to enhance your essay or correct your essay, okay? But the key is you want to see what have they done and what is the output of the AI. So what you can do is the submission should be 2 documents, their initial input and the AI output. So you can see the difference. This is the second level. The third level is where students are able to critique and evaluate the output. So for example, you are giving them an output of AI and telling them, okay, check for example for the grammar mistake, for the coherence, for example, for the flow of the text. So you are asking them to check and criticize what has been given from AI. The last level, which is the highest level, it focuses on AI and the bias of AI. So again, as you can see, the critical thinking of the students is evolving, right? So we are helping them to criticize, to find the bias, and to be able to evaluate the output of AI. So these are the 5 levels. I have like a simple one if you want to look at it. So no AI, AI idea support, editing support, human critique of AI, and critical evaluation of AI. And then let me tell you a story. So this semester I'm teaching leadership in education course, and it's a general course, okay? So I have students in year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. So when I shared with them the assessment, they have seen the assessment, the different steps of the assignment, different steps of the assignment, and I'm telling them how to use AI. So first they said, Miss, can we use AI? I told them, yeah, of course you can use AI. And then when they start seeing the restrictions and how they need to use it, Miss, we don't want to use AI. Is this okay? I told them, yeah, okay, don't use AI. So can you see from wanting to use AI because it's easy, now they are seeing that using AI, it will be more challenging for them. So they don't want to spend the time on justifying or thinking about the output. So now, okay, it's your choice. Don't want to use it, you don't want to use it. Okay, so this is what I told you earlier about the intentional design. So when you are designing your assignment or assessment or even learning activity, you are not just adding it as a bit, as an AI, but it is weaved within your learning design. Have you heard about the human versus machine contribution framework? Yeah, I see you nodding your head. No? Okay. Okay, so this framework was developed by Dubai Foundation in, I think, 2024. And the whole idea, I think all Dubai government are mandated to use this framework. And the idea of the framework is to be more open about how we are using AI and disclaim how we are using it, okay? Because it's a fact, now everyone is using AI. So there are different icons that we can use and you can ask your students to use. So it will be part of your assignment or assessment to ask your students to put which icon represent the collaboration between them and AI. So the first icon, which is all human, so they didn't choose AI at all, so they can have this icon. If they led the work, so they can have the second icon where they have done most of the work. If it's more collaboration, they can use the circle one. If it was more of machine, like the AI did most of the work, so they can use The fourth one, and finally, if it's all machine work. At the end of the slides, I have the QR code so you can see even there are some icons for research, for ideas, for data analysis. So if you are involved in research, you can also download those icons and use them. Okay, so let's look now at what is the core problem in classroom. Is this related to everyone in here? Yeah? Okay. As I mentioned earlier, AI is being used without outcome alignment. Why I'm using AI? It's cool. Everyone is using AI. This is not a purpose, right? So again, when we design a learning environment or a learning activity, it has to be intentionally designed. So I know what exactly I'm expecting the students to do by the end of this activity. Again, assessments are not redesigned to be aligned with AI. So either I'm telling the students don't use AI fully, or in the assessment itself, I'm telling them check with Gemini, check with Copilot. Again, it's not part of the assessment. There's no constructive alignment in the assessment and the teaching and the learning outcome. Academic integrity, we didn't draw the line. Is it allowed, not allowed, how to use it, how not to use it? And finally, most of the time, inequitable access. Do you have students who don't have laptops?
Yeah.
I was honestly surprised in the class that when I tell one of my students, where's your laptop? She said, I don't have. So I thought, did you forget it? She said, no, we only have one laptop and my mom takes it to work. So this is the case. So I cannot, in this, even if she's the only one student, I can't assume that she will be doing the work others are able to do, right? So this is, again, another very important aspect that you need to consider. So I designed an AI prompt template. This template is based on the UNESCO framework, on the UDL guidelines, and the revised Bloom's taxonomy. Why I think this template is important? It's for us as educators, again, instead of just injecting AI without intentionally thinking about it, this will help you to sit and think about it. How do I integrate AI within my learning activity or within my course, within my curriculum, or even at an institutional level? Okay. So the first section is about the purpose and alignment. Why do I want to integrate AI? What is the purpose? Again, same as, when Kahoot first came and everyone, let's use Kahoot, let's use Kahoot. Why are we using Kahoot? Why are we using it? So again, we need to think about the purpose, about our why. Why it's good to integrate Kahoot, or why do we need to integrate AI? So we need... This is the actual value, not only the added value. This is my intention. Why do I need to add it? So does it align with the learning objective? Does it help my CLOs or not? So these are questions that we are asking ourselves as an educator before adding AI. The second question would be the AI tool and role. Which tool do I want the students to use? Is it important to use a specific tool over another? Again, it depends on the purpose and what I want the students to achieve. So if I want them, for example, to design an image, it would be different from if I want them to write a piece of writing, right? So this is why I want to agree on the tool and role. Then after that, you start drafting a prompt, the AI prompt for the task, so that it's very specific for you what exactly you want from the students, or what exactly you want if we're talking about a course level or a program level, what is the PLO or CLO of this program or course. Ethical consideration is very important. Okay, am I addressing any bias, any inequality? Is it very inclusive? Everyone will be included or not? So again, these questions will make you pause and think before quickly, just let's add AI to my lesson. Inclusivity, of course, is it allowing multiple means of engagement, representation, and expression? And this is very important. So most of the time when we ask students to work on a project, how do we ask them to present their findings? How do we ask them to present their findings? Presentation. Is this inclusive?
PPT
It's a
PowerPoint.
question.
PowerPoint. So for example, if I, as high student, I don't feel comfortable to stand in front of everyone and speak, am I being disadvantaged? Yes, the answer is yes, right? Because I will not feel comfortable presenting my findings, although I know what I have done and I can present it in a different way. I could do it as an audio, for example, or as a video, or in a report. So when you design your activity, your course or your program, you need to understand and include universal design learning. So there's different way of, we say, modality of submission for your students. So including everyone in the room. The other one is academic integrity. So you need to train students about academic integrity so they can tell you what or where they have used AI, which we just showed, like the framework of the HMC. Expected outcome, what kind of evidence are you looking for? So what will they submit? Even if it's an activity, what's the outcome of this activity? So what's the expectation from designing this course, designing this program, integrating AI? And finally, this is for us, again, we need to reflect and go through the design process and make sure that we have included everything. Okay, so I would highly recommend if you try this, and I think it works. It has been working quite well with other faculty members. Any questions on this one? Are we good? Okay. This is, I think, the last idea on how we can redesign any assessment to include verification. So the first thing is we have an AI output, right? So we are asking students to generate an output using AI, right? So some of the good suggestions is that you provide the prompt for the student. And as you know, even if we are using the same prompt, everyone will get a different answer based on the algorithm, how you are using any AI tool, right? And then after that, you ask them to critique what AI have given them. So to look at the output and start questioning the output, right? And then the last one, which is the transfer twist, you will ask them, what if this is XYZ? So what will happen? So they are not taking the output as is, but you are engaging them in this critical thinking process. Okay? Any questions? Do you have any questions on this? Okay, so the final message is that definitely AI will not replace us, definitely, so we don't want to be scared, but we need to intentionally, and I would like intentionally redesign our learning. And when we say intentionally, again, think why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it. It's not because I got used to do it this way, no. Every time you need to pause and think why I'm doing it this way. And even, trust me, if you are teaching the same course 100 times, every single lesson is different, even with the same students, right? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so this is the evaluation of the session, but before this, did you remove my slide? Okay, take this slide first, and then we go back to the evaluation. So these are some of the resources that I use, and here, this is the HMC framework that I told you about, so you can have it. Okay. And before we go to the evaluation of the session, so I always do even this with my own faculty. So you are not allowed to leave the room until you give me your takeaways. So it could be an idea that just came after the session, a question, or something that you would like to think about. So what would be your key takeaway, your exit ticket from here? Use exit ticket with your students. Yes. So let's have your exit ticket, and otherwise you are stuck here, no lunch. Tell me, please.
I think what I've thought about it, but I realize now that we need to be careful why we're using AI. And too often, and we have it at school, because now, like when we have our MOE inspection, they want to see AI and innovation incorporated. And teachers just think, well, let's add in our lesson plan, we're going to use Kahoot, so we're going to use something. That's not actually using AI.
Exactly.
That's just window dressing. We need to actually embed it in from planning the lesson at stage 1.
Yeah, excellent. And I know that we are being pushed, you know, like with the pace and speed and inspection and everyone, are you using AI? What are you doing in the classroom with AI? So you feel that there is a rush, but again, we need to just pause and think how I'm using it and why I'm using it. Okay, so John, you are off to go. You can go for lunch. The rest are staying. What about others?
But
Any?
specifically, I really like this keyword redesign and alignment according to our curriculum.
Yeah, intentionally, not only
Yeah,
intentional redesign, not any
Yes.
redesign.
Yeah. So it's really amazing. Inshallah, I
Perfect,
will
perfect.
implement
Great,
it.
great. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, please.
I have to agree with her, like intentionally using AI, and then also I learned the graph that you showed, the 5 level of assessment.
Yes, yeah.
That was actually nice because it shows in what way we can include AI and what level it is,
Yes.
or how much can we add AI
Yeah.
into the lesson, and how students can adapt their homework or whatever work they do with AI.
And
for us as well to
when you
check it.
yes, and when you share this with the student, it makes it transparent and khalas, they know when to use it exactly. That yes, we are allowed to use it, and this is how we are using it. So you know, like it creates a comfort, if you will. Any other thoughts, comments? Okay, I will just share evaluate the session.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rani.
Really interesting and excellent research. I love it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And this is the evaluation of the session. Thank you. And maybe we can take a group photo. Yeah, this would be great.
الرحمن الرحيم. اليوم إن شاء الله بنبدأ ورشتنا بعنوانها التوكاتسو. هل سمعتوا عن التوكاتسو؟ ها؟ ما سمعتوا عن التوكاتسو؟ التوكاتسو هي تجربة تعليمية في اليابان. الله أكرمني ودرست التجربة في جامعة طوكيو. تم نقل هذه التجربة على 11 مدرسة في دولة الإمارات. الآن بعرض لكم التجربة اللي صارت في اليابان والتجربة اللي صارت في الإمارات. التوكاتسو تنفع حق المعلمين والإدارة في طريقة تنظيم الداخلي للطلاب وزيادة دافعيتهم، اللي نسميها بمصطلح في دولة الإمارات جودة الحياة. معاكم سلمى محمد الكتبي، حاصلة على جائزة محمد بن زايد لأفضل معلم، أول معلمة إماراتية حاصلة على موسوعة جينيس للأرقام القياسية، وضاعت أول فكرة في العالم وتم تطبيقها. الفكرة مختصة كانت بالكتابة الإبداعية. حاصلة على جائزة وسام محمد بن راشد للتميز. كذلك لله الحمد. نكمل مريم. لا بكمل. دائما عندما نبدأ بأي ورشة أو أي تجديد نتحدث عن مقولة من أقوال قائدنا وملهمنا صاحب اسمه الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله، إن النظام العالمي الجديد الذي نعيشه في ظله يحتم علينا أن نعي ما يدور من حولنا ونبني أنفسنا لمواجهة أي طارئ قد يداهمنا. هذا بالفعل اللي يحدث الآن. لابد أن نجدد، واليوم وضعت لنا أكاديمية الشارقة هذا القمة التعليمية حتى ننهل من الخبرات التي توجد في قاعاتها. هنا كانت لحظة إيجابية عند وصولنا نحن إلى مدارس اليابان. استقبلونا طلبة اليابان بأعلام دولة الإمارات حبا في دولة الإمارات، فكانت هني شعور جدا رائع ألهمنا بالطاقة الإيجابية بالفعل والنعمة التي ننتمي إليها. عندنا المحاور بإذن الله بنتعرف على ما هو التوكاتسو، أهداف التوكاتسو، الاستخدام، اللي نطبقها ممكن أن نطبقها وتتناسب مع التعليم في دولة الإمارات، وكذلك الأنشطة. بذكر لكم عدة أمثلة. التوكاتسو هي أنشطة خاصة تختص بالطالب، لكن هي تجربة يابانية بأن التعليم لا يقتصر على الكتب والدراسة، إنما يقتصر على الأنشطة التي تبني شخصية الطالب، وهي مجموعة من الأنشطة التربوية غير صفية. نلاحظ أنها غير صفية بمعنى أنها تركز على بناء الشخصية والتعاون وتحمل مسؤولية وتمارس يوميا داخل المدارس اليابانية. أهداف التوكاتسو أن هي تبني شخصية الطالب، تراعي جودة الحياة لدى الطالب، كذلك تنمي عنده مهارات والصفات التي تتناسب مع احتياجاته، وهو تراعي مهرم ماسلو الاحتياجات الإنسانية: حاجة تحقيق الذات، حاجة التقدير، وحاجة الاجتماعية للأمان، والحاجة الجسدية. عندنا أمثلة من الصف الياباني. كان في البيئة الصفية في اليابان عندما حضرنا أن الطالب هو يقوم بمناقشة زملائه مقترحاتهم أين سيذهبوا إلى الرحلة، ما هي مقترحاتهم. فهني بنت شخصية الطالب أنه هو من يحدد رأيه في اختياره للرحلة، ولذلك نلقى دافعية أكثر للطالب. عندنا كذلك اجتماع الطلبة لمناقشة مشاكل الصف واقتراحات الحلول بأنفسهم. تم تطبيقها لدينا في الفترة السابقة، تم تطبيقها في المدرسة المناقشة الصفية. وصلت ملاحظة من ولية أمر أن الطالب إحدى الطلبة يعاني من التمييز، فقال أن المعلمة تميز بين الطلبة، وكانت من ضمن الملاحظات وأنها في حالة غضب ولية الأمر. نحن نريد نكتشف هذا الخلل كإدارة، نكتشف هذا الخلل أين سيكون. قمنا بتطبيق المناقشة الصفية في المدرسة وطبقناه من الصف الأول إلى الصف الرابع. بتقول كيف المرحلة الأولى يقدرون؟ تم تطبيقها في الحلقة الأولى وتم تطبيقها في الحلقة الثانية. وضعنا نقاش صفي، طبعا هني نموذج تعبئة النقاش الصفي، وعندنا السؤال، وضعنا السؤال معمم على الجميع يناقشون الطلبة. هل العدالة يعني معاملة الجميع بنفس الطريقة دائما، أم أن كل طالب يحتاج إلى شيء مختلف ليكون لديه نفس الفرصة للنجاح، ولماذا؟ نقصد بها هنا الطلبة المتفوقين والموهوبين والطلبة المتعثرين يحتاجون إلى دعم. ممكن هذا الطالب نتوقع ممكن هذا الطالب يكون الطلبة المتعثرين دراسيا، لذلك هم حسوا أن في تمييز. فوضعنا هذه السؤال وتم مناقشته في حصة لكل المدرسة دون تدخل المعلمة، فقط مجلس الصف، قائد الصف والمساعد وأمين السر وغيره تم تجميعها. ماذا حدث؟ بعد ما وصلت الداتا وتم تعبئتها في فورم، اكتشفنا الصف اللي طلعت من الشكوى. أن الصف بالفعل في شكوى، وطلع صف ثاني عندنا في المرحلة من إحدى الشعب في الصف الثاني، فنحن لاحظنا أن الصف الثاني عندها شكاوى. فرحنا نحن مع طاقم الإدارة، تكلمنا مع الطلبة بشفافية دون المعلمات وبدينا نتكلم معهم، فلاحظنا بالفعل أنهم حسوا بالتفرقة لأن في طلبة متفوقين وطلبة يحتاجون. أيوة، فحاولنا اجتمعنا مع المعلمات وحاولنا نحل هالإشكالية. فنلاحظ هذا النقاش الصفي يحل المشكلة إذا أنت الإدارة أرادت أن تعرف من أين حدثت مشكلة في المدرسة. أيضا عندنا طبقنا في الحلقة الثانية احتياجات الطلبة، ماذا يريدون؟ بعضهم كانوا يحتاجون أنهم يريدون مكان للصلاة منفرد أقرب للصفهم، فقمنا بتحديد ركن للصلاة في كل مدخل في المدرسة. فهني بدينا ننفذ رأي الطلاب، ماذا يحتاج الطالب. أيوة، فحس بقيمة الطالب أن بدأت تنفيذها في الواقع طلباته. فهذه نحن تقدر تطبقينها كمعلمة أو تريد تطبقينها كإدارة. هني عندنا كيفية تم تطبيقها في البيئة. هذا كان عندنا الصف الثالث. نلاحظ طريقة جلوس الطلبة، وبأن كل طالب يرفع يده ويقوم بالتصويت لأي حل يريد أن يتم تطبيقه، ومجلس الصف هو يرشح الحلول. أول ما تم طرحه في المدرسة بعض المعلمات بدأ بالرفض، يقولون صف أول ما يقدر يعبر عن نفسه، صف ثاني. لكن لاحظنا أن الحلقة الأولى أكثر تأثير في النقاش الصفي لأنهم هم لهم طلاقة دون حدود. النقاش الصفي اللي كان هني موجود عندنا أن الطلاب يبون يرشحون مبادرة السعادة، فكانوا يقترحون أنهم يقوم بتهادي بعضهم البعض، فيرشحون خطوات معينة لنشر جودة الحياة في المدرسة، فكانوا يرشحون ويعرضون لنا الأفكار الموجودة، وكان هذا الصف الثالث. هذا تم تطبيقه في دولة الإمارات بنفس الفكرة، وتم الطلاب عرض أفكارهم، المشاكل التي يفكرون أن يقومون بحلها، وهني عندنا في البيئة الصفية في اليابان. النقاش الصفي هذه خطوات اللي تم تطبيقها بالفعل. عندنا تحديد المشكلة، المعلمة لازم تعرف الطالب أن لابد من تحديد المشكلة، تحليل المشكلة، وتليها توليد الأفكار. الطلاب هم اللي يضعون حلول على اللوح، تليها الطلاب هم من يقوموا بترشيح الحلول وتنفيذها من قبل الطلبة. في بعض الصفوف كانت عندهم مشكلة نظافة الصف، وقالوا خاصة بعد حصة الرياضة، فبدأوا يقترحون حلول وترشيحه أن مثلا نفتح النافذة، البعض يقول أن لا يترك ملابس الرياضة في الخزانة، فكانوا يقترحون، وبعضهم قالوا أن يتم تعيين طالب مسؤول عن النظافة. الطالب هذا تم تنفيذه في هذا الصف. بعد شهر سوينا نقاش صفي مرة أخرى نشوف هل المشكلة ما زالت دون تدخل المعلم والإدارة، هل المشكلة ما زالت أم أن المشكلة لم تتكرر. وضعنا لهم مرة ثانية المشكلة، ترشيح المشكلة الموجودة في الصف، فاكتشفنا أن مشكلة النظافة انحلت لأن القرار نبعه الطلاب وتنفيذه من الطلاب، وبدأوا يختارون يعني مشكلة احتياجات أخرى. وبعدين تقييم الحلول واختيار الحل الأفضل ووضع خطة من قبل الطالب. هذا المخطط تم عرضه في كل بيئة صفية حتى الطالب يتمكن من طريقة المناقشة. النوع الأول معناته من التكاتسو كان النقاش الصفي. النوع الثاني أن الطالب تطوير الذات. كيف تم ترجمته؟ في البيئة أو مدارس اليابان كان الطالب هو من يكتب يوميا البرنامج اليومي أو جدول اليوم دائما في بداية الحصة، يذكر للطلاب حتى يبين للطالب أو للطلبة أن الطالب هني يقدر يتكلم. فكان يوميا مثل الطالب الأول اليوم بيذكر لنا الجدول، في الغد الطالب الثاني، حتى يبين أنه يقدر يتكلم أمام الجميع وعنده قدرة على التحدث. تم تطبيقها في دولة الإمارات. طورناها شوي الفكرة أن الطالب يكتب هدف قصير المدى. اليوم يطلع الطالب يقول هدفي خلال اليوم مثلا أني أزيد مشاركة في مادة مثلا الرياضيات، هدفي أن خلال هالأسبوع أن مثلا ألتزم في أداء واجباتي. بدينا نخليهم أهدافهم قصيرة المدى ويذكر الاسم والجدول اليومي مع كتابة الهدف. كان هدفنا هني أن نجعل الطالب يكتب هدف قصير المدى الشهر الأول، الشهر الثاني طويل المدى إلى العام الدراسي. فهني صار كل طالب هني يركز على أهدافه ويستطيع تحقيقها على مدة زمنية. صار عندنا تأثير على ماذا؟ المشاكل السلوكية بدأت تختفي. الإهمال الطلاب بدأ يختفي لأنه صار خلاص عنده هدف واضح لابد من تحقيقه الطالب وتم كتابته باليد. فهني أمام أعينهم دائما. ونلاحظ هني مثلا عندنا 26 طالب يوميا طالب بيقف ويقول الهدف. الطالب الأول اليوم عنده هدف يكتبه، اليوم الثاني وهكذا ويمر. نلاحظ هني مثلا هي حاطت لنا هني الابتسامه في وجه اخيك صدقه، ان هدفنا اليوم ان هي بتساعد الطلاب وبترتب الترتيب يساعدنا في تطوير شخصيتنا. انا بتبدا مع الطلاب. هذا كان النوع الثاني اللي تم تطبيقه بالفعل في مدارس الامارات. من ضمن التكاتسو اللي انظمتهم تنظيف الطلبه لفصولهم وممرات المدرسه بانفسهم. لاحظنا وحضرنا هذا نعم. لا اللوحة ثابتة، تم تغليف حراري ثابتة على اللوح. الطالب يقوم بكتابة الهدف أمام اسمه كل يوم. الطالب الأول بعدين خلاص الطالب الثاني غدا وتليها، حتى أضمن أن كل الطلاب كل الطلاب كتب كملوا شهر بعدين نعيد مرة ثانية الكتابة. حضرنا هذه الفعالية بالفعل وطريقة تعامل الطلبة، وحتى في فترة الغداء حضرنا معاهم. هني كان فترة الغداء أن الطلاب هم من يقوموا بتوزيع الطعام. نعم. وكان الجميل في الموضوع أن الطلبة يأخذون الكمية اللي يحتاجونها فقط دون إضافة فكان بس الكمية اللي يحتاجونها. فهذا الفيديو تم عرضه على طلابنا لكن لم يطبق. عرضنا لهم أن هني من ضمن الاحترام حتى احترام الطعام، أن ما يكون زيادة في الأكل، التعاون في التنفيذ، كانوا عندهم سعادة في تغطيتنا لهذا اليوم وتفاعلهم معنا. هني فترة التنظيف كلهم كانوا يتساعدون، كل شخص له دور معين في أداء في تنظيف المدرسة. يعني نحن كنا نمر ما في طالب كان ليس له دور في التنظيف، حتى المعلم معاهم كان في يعني بس ينظر دون أوامر، لم يتلقى الطالب أي أمر، كان مثل الروتين اليومي في أداء والتنظيف المدرسة. الجميل في الموضوع أن أثناء تواجدنا أن المدرسة دعت أولياء الأمور وساعدوا في استقبال الوفد اللي كان موجود من المعلمين، وكانوا معنا طول اليوم، وبعض أولياء الأمور كانوا يتحدثون اللغة العربية معنا. يعني كان بالفعل الأجواء كانت مؤثرة في هذا اليوم. أهداف التوكاتسو شفنا أنواعه. أول شيء المشاركة في تنمية المجتمع، أن الطالب يكون له دور في تنمية المجتمع، من ناحية أنه كان له دور في النظافة اليومية، كان له دور في توزيع الطعام مع زملائه، كان له دور حتى في المناقشة في الرأي. إذا الطالب بني على حل المشكلة، البحث عن المشكلة، وضع حلول، تصفية الحلول، اختيار الحل الأمثل. إذا لو نظرنا شوي للمستقبل، أن الطالب بيكون حتى في المستقبل هذا يأثر على حياته الاجتماعية، بيكون له أولوية، بيكون له حل، دائما يبحث عن الحلول المباشرة حتى لو كانت طويلة المدى لكنها مؤثرة ومستمرة. تحقيق الذات، تحقيق الذات من بناء وضع أفكاره، إعطائنا رأي وغيره، أو تنمية العلاقات الإنسانية الإيجابية اللي هي التعاون خلال الصف. وتحقيق الذات أيضا عند صياغة أهدافه، أن الطالب يكون له أهداف فسعى في تحقيقها، فإنه صار حقق ذاته ورغباته الطالب نفسه. هذه أنشطة تنمي الشعور بالانتماء، تخلي المعلم هنا، وهذه نظرية الوزارة أن الطالب 80% والمعلم 20%. التوكاتسو هذا بالفعل يطبق أن الدور المعلم دور ميسر وليس ملقن يلقن الطالب، الطالب هو المحور العملية التعليمية. كذلك الأنشطة تطور شخصية الطالب، تتغير شخصيته تماما. وصلنا للنهاية، حاولنا نختصرها. عطيناكم نماذج معين نقدر نطبقها كإدارة وكمعلمين في إدارة الأنشطة والتأثير في الطالب. يعني حتى لو الفرق المدرسية طبقت النقاش الصفي، بتلاحظون أن انحلت كثير من المشكلات في المدرسة، بتلاحظون أن أنتم اكتشفتوا الأشياء الموجودة في المدرسة دون جهد الطالب، هو اللي يعبر عن ذاته. أي إلى الآن تم تطبيقها في 11 مدرسة. نشرنا الفكرة، قدمنا ورش تم تطبيقها في 11 مدرسة، حتى عندنا في مدرسة يعني مدارس العين ومدرسة في دبي، وعندنا أتوقع في مدرسة الآن تكلمنا من الفجيرة. فإن شاء الله الله يعافيكم. وهذا إذا بغيتوا أي دعم في المشروع في تواصل وفي إيميل. جزاكم الله خير. الحمد لله. الحمد لله.